Hello, if anybody is there. I am still in that zone where I can do a live stream, but this is what I get. That's my window on my own stream. It says that there's 3 people here, but I don't get to see what I'm streaming, and I don't get to see whether it's still working. But I'll tell you what I do get to do, and that's something I'm going to do. I didn't finish my music practice this morning. So what's going to happen is I'm going to fire up the metronome and play bass until it runs out of tick. So off we go. And then we're going to fool around with Godot. That is as much metronome winding as I have. That's how I do this. I do this every morning, and this time I did not get to finish it before it was really time to start doing the stream. So that's basically how that went. And now I'm done. So this is the only fixed part of that routine. I also do it for playing drums on a little practice pad and tapping my foot on a wooden tray on the floor. Got a little drum set up like that, and I do the same thing. And 9 winds of it, and that'll go for, what was it, 10 minutes or something? And my rule there is I have to keep playing the entire time. What I play isn't as important, and whether it's good notes doesn't matter very much, but whether it clicks with the click is more important. Not that it did, but you know, you try. And yeah, I have been a busy fellow. We're going to fool around doing some more of the video game stuff in Godot. But I have been fairly busy, so anybody who is wondering what that's about, I am going to give you a brief little glimpse of what I've been building. But that's for later. Just for anybody who was patient enough to watch me playing bass all that time. But I've got some specific things in mind for what I'd like to make happen with the Godot program. And where we left it, not everything was working, so I need to go through it again and do it differently this time. I'm going to be wanting to go out and make myself another cup of coffee. But I'm probably not going to want to go too hard on the coffee today, so it'll be a second cup of coffee, and that'll do. And yeah, if you're familiar with Console X, you'll have seen that kind of thing before. It's the same code doing it. There we go. It can start up just fine. So here we have a player that can fire CPU particles. This is something that is not going to continue to be the case for much longer, because I need to immediately move on to another plan. But where we're at right now, we don't have any sound in this either, but I've been focusing on all of this. Yeah, and remember, the doing new versions of console, such as I've promised Console H by 2026. That would be its bus. Is, let's see, what was I just saying? I got distracted by this, which is, that's what's supposed to happen, so it's fine. But, yeah, it's meant to have the auto resize, but I think I remember what I was going to say, which is that you also get to skin it and assign textures to it and all manner of crazy stuff if that pleases you. And if you have come up with a good arrangement for that using Console X, assuming you do use Console X, that will automatically be applied to the new one. You wouldn't have it specified by individual values, because you wouldn't be specifying things by the specific instances. But if you had a look for your Airwindows console wishes, and then the new one will automatically adopt the look that you settled on. Speaking of looks, look, giant rocks. And we have our game from last time. We had it up and running. That's tie-dye, not vivid, so that's not going to be the one I'm looking for. And we did a whole thing for firing these little zaps, but there's a bunch of things that I could have better. For all that they're kind of cool in their own right. These are simply particles. They're CPU particles, but one of the things that means is that they do not get to have colliders. And you can't do colliders as well with GPU particles either. So there's a bunch of things I need to do. Among them, I need to make these little shots get fired in such a way that it doesn't blind you completely as soon as it fires. I'd also like to have those graphics swiveling so that they flicker rather than just looking static like that. I think if they randomly went to different twists, it would make a flickering look in effect. But yeah, we've got a bunch of stuff going. Ruprecht's rubber glove. I have not yet made the console that you really want, because what you'd be wanting would be a console based so entirely on the Mackies that it did that style of summing. I don't have that yet. If you used Console X, that would get you more of an SSL sound, although it will be certainly not horrible unique, but it would be at least a little more grungy. And using the Mackie plugins, yeah, that's one of the ways that you can get into that zone. If you're using a submix architecture, you could try Console 8, and that would at least give you something. or my recent stuff tends to use the summing in Console 9. So you could use Console 9 and just use the Mackie plugins to sort of enhance all of that. There's even a plugin that's, I am forgetting what the name of it is, but you know what? I can go and look it up. Here, we'll look it up in the RetroMac folder. So you could probably use Console 9 and the Mackie plugins and use Z output stage on the bus, and that will give it a little bit more of a old hardware styly thing. You could probably do that. I'm looking up to where I have Mackie. So I got Mackie and I got Mackie Q. I don't remember whether I have anything like just only the. I think the Z output bus is meant to have the Z filter type sound. You can use that even if it's not specifically meant to be Mackie. That will do at least something. I could. So Chad, here the deal with this is. I could use a Ragcast 3D to create a head point to tell the particles where to stop. I could do basically like hit casting, where I assume that the particle will automatically hit whatever I'm pointing at which point I can just check what I'm pointing at and trigger that as a impact. That would be a thing too. But what I'm looking to do is make a new type of object that is just that twinkly little particle shot and be able to fire those off from player instead. So it'll work kind of like this. It'll start from here and it'll use that. It'll spawn a new object using some of these concepts, including the initial velocity. Like the velocity is going to be my velocity plus whatever. So before I do all of that, I'll tell you what I am going to do, which is I'm going to fire up some kind of music piece. This is probably suffice. I don't know if I like either of those, but I'll try Session C. Session B was basically just Space Jam. Okay, that's weird, but good enough for me to go and put on some, make my other cup of coffee and go from there. So tell you what. Soon enough, there will be Dark Meter. So we'll use that. And this is my weird Bastel-Castel jamming. So it's actually fairly warm in here. I can throw another log on the fire just for the sake of the general concept. We'll keep it going. At some point I'm going to surprise you folks with actual music. Today is not going to be that day though. Very non-actual music. There it goes. And while I'm at it, You should have the real sound of this. Hey, I'm back. So I can stop this. It looks like it wrapped around, finished, and restarted. Which is fine enough, I suppose. Yeah. So we played all the end of that and then started up again. I still can't see what I'm streaming, but presumably I'm streaming just fine. And I see that Kishidibshat 11 is looking for hints and starting with audio programming. I only use Juice Framework for the ones that are meant to be like console plugins. If you can get generic stuff to compile, I don't know what platform you're on or anything, but if you can get generic stuff to compile, that's a good way to start. And I have an entire library of existing plugins and their source code that you can try to get going. Failing that, come up with some kind of system where you can get a plugin to build and be usable even if it's nothing but a gain change. And if you can get something that works, even if it's nothing but a gain change, then you can start exploring what to do to make things sound different. And that's where I live. That's where my stuff lives. So here we are, back in Godot land. Or specifically, this is back in Godot land. So what I could do is make that entire node go away. There's a little asterisk there saying, you haven't saved me. Now I have. And now these don't refer to anything. And if I edit those out, we should have it up and running again, except for no. And I'll tell you why. I have made some kind of mistake or have something else somewhere else that's trying to talk to CPU particles. Let's find out what it was. Actually, I should look for this. There we go. So at get node scene main node CPP. Ah, ready. So here's what made everything break. Scoot up to here, and that's not a thing. It's trying to reference a thing, but there is no thing for it to be referencing. So I basically have to make that go away, and this time when I run it, we should get the big scene of a lot of asteroids and stuff, because it didn't run into the part that was just straight up broken. And so here we are again. So there's a number of things I have in mind here. One of them is getting this high-level stuff going. We've got it so that if you do find whichever one you're searching for, and you touch it like this, boop. This is a higher level, so they're moving a little faster. Then it will let me move to the next level, and that would be scaled up according to these rules. So that's level 500. And if I do level 100, it'll be a little less hectic. Except for something went wrong, and now it's not working. So there's a concern. Well, if 500 worked and 100 didn't, does 200 work? No. So when everything disappears like that, something broke. And it might actually be hinting to me what that something is. I will look at this stuff and it will say V is finite is not true. Or in other words, the exclamation point means not. So not V is finite is true. So it's at instance set transform. Here's a backtrace. So one of the rocks is infinite. Let's see if there is a level even smaller than that where the rocks aren't infinite. Maybe I can zero it in and figure out, because what should be happening here is we're able to generate these things, and they are in fact not supposed to be infinite in speed or position or anything. But somewhere along the line, we start out with this smaller number of guys, and we're zooping around looking for individual, like, is this hot shellac? Yes, it was. So that's the game, is you're trying to find the thing of that name and go and touch it, at which point the other ones will up, and I hit space, meaning that now it's a new level. And it's one advanced, and I have to go and find lilac shades. But what I wanted to do was find out at what point do the increasing levels, we'll try 50, because it was crashing at 100. At what point does it still run, and what point does it crash? And what does it look like when it's about to crash? That seems to have still run. Again, I've got a situation where, see, I can bonk that guy that direction. It responds to physics. The shots that I will be coming up with are also like physics. And we've got these guys moving around. I don't have too unreasonable a number of bots, and I have a amusing number of asteroids in here. Quick answer to a quick question. I do not typically mix into a limiter, nor do I know if any particular Airwindows plugin is designed to be a good limiter. Although I've got something along those lines. Let's go and look at the list of plugins some more again. Try Block Party. It's not really a limiter, but it's the one that's meant to act as much like a limiter as possible, at least in terms of density. Usually what I do if I am trying to catch overs like a limiter might is I will mix into clip only 2. Clip only 2 is the Airwindows softened attack clipper, but it's designed to run at high sample rates as well. So that's basically what I do. Oh, and interestingly, I am now seeking a bot called Deco Agrophoto Electro. So one thing I will know about that is it's going to be moving around aggressively, and it's going to have a really ugly texture. But what texture would that be? Not this, I don't think. Texture called Deco Agrophoto Electro, and there's only going to be one of it. That's going to be bright and garish. Is it this? I don't think I hit that one. That's a pair, so I know it's not that. That's a pair, so I know it's not that. I think, yep, I bunked onto that one, and it did not give me the game over, so it is not that. Surely it's not this. Nope. Ah, there's a brightly... No, that's a lilac-looking one. It's not going to be that. So the idea is once I have some of the rest of this developed and I can fire zaps that intersect with these bots, what gets to happen is I get to... Ooh, look, that's a colorful looking guy. How about you? Was it you? That one's tie-dye, I'm almost certain of it. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I contacted that one, and no. So this is essentially just me searching for this one bot in this large asteroid field. It's not going to be this, is it? No, I don't think so. Certain people might have an easier time playing this game than others because I feel like it ends up calling for real 3D shooter twitch reflexes for zeroing in on some of these guys. Okay, those match, so that can't be the one. Those are just plain yellow, so that's not going to be those either. I don't think it's going to be that. Nope. Anywho, that was by the by. I'm curious to find at what point does the density of the asteroids cause the asteroid field to become these infinite speeds? Because that's the thing. They're rigid bodies. They're being filled in. And at certain densities, I wind up getting an infinite speed error. Now, this is not too dense of an asteroid field. The size of them are also slightly increasing. It's possible that the really small ones materialize inside other ones and get kicked off at a high rate of speed. I could perhaps fill in velocity and hard code the velocity to start as 0. Because what's going to eventually happen is the asteroid field will start moving as the bots start bouncing into them. And they have weight and density that correlates with how big they are. Like, I can bounce off of that guy repeatedly. It's very heavy, so it's only barely moving. And same with if a bot bounces into it, it'll only barely be moving. But then we've also got these little small rocks. And if I bounce off of this, well, it gets going fairly good. And that's probably what's causing the infinite speed. Also, if the smaller bots bounce into these, same thing that's going to happen. And it'll wrap through and come back in the other side. If I wait around long enough, eventually I'll see it coming towards me. If it bounces off of me from behind, it'll be the same deal. So this is meant to be a sort of... See, the bots are actually intersecting with the collider. It needs to have more polys in order to not have them disappear through the texture, but there's a collider in there as well. And these guys in this vicinity have caused that one to move in that direction. It'll also bounce off of other rocks and things in turn. So eventually the whole asteroid field starts moving around. One of the things I'd like to do is expand onto the... I'm using instancing. See up here we've got Red Ring Server, instance create, and I'm making all these instances for things. I think I need to also make physics objects instances. And I don't quite know how that's going to work. But right now, these visual instances can overlap at the edges of space. So I feel if I put some physics model instances in there, for one, it will let me respond to them like the rigid body. Shots will be able to intersect with stuff not only in the universe, but also outside the edges of it. Nuclear musician, your thoughts on that are somewhat colored by the fact that you're probably not using saturation as much as I do. I tend to use, like, one thing about console H and console X2 is I'm running into the new saturator, pure saturation, on the output bus. And in fact, I'm not even clipping at the 0 dB. I've got pure saturation set up on those so that it's actually hard clipping at around +2. And my idea is, since it is essentially a soft clipper, it's pure saturation, it's making it more lenient for you, going closer to the maximum output. And you can throw like 80 clip or clip only 2 on after the bus plugin if you really want to safety clip it. But the meter will show if you're clipping, so you'll at least get to see that. So yeah, the idea is maybe I should also have, and I've got a reference for this, by the way. This is a reference page that I drew up for myself for where these instances go relative to the central object. And it's a little bit hard to see, but up top here it says A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, blank, N, because the blank is where your real object lives, O, P, Q, and then we've got a couple of extra ones that are just 2 spaces off in every cardinal direction. Like 2 spaces off up is EE, 2 spaces off forward is like KK or perhaps NN. And that means I have a few more places for instances where maybe I should be using a physics server and instancing a collider there. What I don't know is how that's going to work. And I also have not finished doing this experiment. Let's quickly see if level 100 still crashes, because we just tried 70 and it was fine. Do they disappear? As a matter of fact, no, they do not. Interesting. I feel like I tried this and it did crash at one point. Very well then, 200. Let's see if level 200 crashes. So this is what I don't want to see. And what I'm going to do is check and see that indeed it does say condition V is finite, or condition not V is finite is true. And I'm pretty sure it's still associated with those rocks. So yeah, see, rock invoke Godot class method. See, backtrace, rock process. So it was up and running until it wasn't. What I'm now wondering is whether I can, because I feel like that had to do with having infinite velocity. And I'm not quite sure how that would have happened, but it could have been multiple colliders overlapping in a weird way and causing the velocity to become impossible. Also, it was running up to that point, although it may have instantiated one on top of another one. That's something that will happen. I believe it is kind of, it's not filling these in all at once. that suggests that it's in, probably not in body entered, but this is where we do delete this particular thing. We don't currently have a delete this rock. It does make me wonder, once I do have the shots fired, do we want to go for literally the asteroids mechanic of you shoot a big rock and it breaks into 3 smaller rocks going in different directions? That would be cool. If we did that, I would need to have this. That's what the XP is there for. That's what that does. And if you delete a rock, what it needs to do is first free all of the instances, and then this queue free, which is delete self. And these are more collisions. These are like, if we uncomment this, then if the thing you collided with was in fact the player, I could run whatever code was in here. If we collided with one of the bots, it would run the code that was in here. So in process, we are largely updating all the transforms real quick. That said, there's still a little, like running that every single instance feels expensive, but maybe I needn't worry about that stuff. Here's process counter. What it's doing is it's not going to run every single update every single frame. Here's a notification thing. And that is what I have for if we're deleting all of these rocks. It'll send out a notification saying this object's being deleted, at which point you get to free all of the rendering server stuff. And if that didn't work, none of this would be working at all. And we're actually not running anything in physics process. In fact, I don't think we're running anything physics-wise at all. Bot has a bunch of stuff, but this not so much. So, there's a setup bunch of code. Also, a stray thought, nuclear musician. You should bear in mind that my target for a bunch of music making stuff is like 70s and in some cases 80s. I've always gone for that retro stuff because I'm like, 57 years old. So I was alive at those times. I was listening to clock radios back in the days of radio when all that stuff was actually coming out. And it seemed very cool. And so I've been trying to reproduce it, and you can't naturally reproduce that stuff just with DAWs, which is why I do all the stuff that I do. So this is essentially a update the rock with these various things. When the node enters the scene tree for the first time, it runs this. We do a lot of randoms, though. CS Sardine, I do not know. I don't remember what I would have done where I was using a hi-hat to model it. That said, I have various like brightening plugins, such as, say, it's a question of, did it make it brighter or did it make it darker? It might have been something like Energy or Energy 2. There's stuff like that. Thing is, I've made a lot of things that darken stuff like that a little bit. So more realistic cuts both ways. A hi-hat can sound more realistic because it's a little more sparkly, but then it might have sounded more realistic if it was a little less. Don't mind me, I'm thinking about what I would need to do if this was being instantiated and then positioned in such a way that it was getting infinite velocity. So I don't think it's going to be that. We run this every frame, so So can we actually update this in such a way that it deletes itself? If it's not, and we don't actually get to do that because it needs to be a comparison. That was an assignment. Equals counts as an assignment. And now we see whether that successfully dealt with the infinity problem. We're running 200 of them, and so it should still have that problem. It does still have that problem. And it leaked a bunch of the IDs. And not v is finite is true. The backtrace is from Godot Transform 3D, rendering server, process in RockCS. That's literally what I'm looking at here. So I did not succeed in making linear velocity not be infinite, although I thought I had set it to nothing. Very mysterious. Well, now I'm just interested. Now I want to find out what happened. I don't think I can flag it as can we just delete self? It sure can be simplified because we get to do this. And this. So that's the same thing that's causing the crash. Condition, this is infinite. Same thing as linear velocity is finite. Assuming, of course, that is velocity we're looking at. It says v is finite. Well, let's quickly run it again and see if it fixed anything. So that should be deleting any object that goes infinite. I don't know if that's going to work, though. It did not. Which ID is this? This is JetBrains running Godot. So this is Godot engine, and this is JetBrains writer, which I got specifically to do Godot with. So this is not actually helping. So one thing I could do if I was feeling a little bit frisky is see if it's any better if we try to do this. We'll check for if it's finite. Let's put that back. Delete the end one. Add another one. So in theory, all of this stuff is now running inside if velocity is finite. Question is that going to help? Because it probably isn't, because it's going to be the physics engine that's freaking out. However, this is running within process, and that usually updates faster than the physics engine. Let's see what we've got. So we're running a 200 level, and it died. So yeah, this has me very curious simply because I'd like to find out what's doing this. I feel like that shouldn't... I'm pretty sure what's happening with the physics engine is when rocks are instantiated inside each other, they're getting moved to the nearest position outside of the one that was there already at zero velocity. So that's collisions. Okay, well, this is an interesting possibility. We could tell it to self-delete if it enters any body whatsoever. So any collision means its XP is -1. If XP is -1, as in less than 0, we free all of the instances and then free itself. Does this cause it to not immediately crash? Because that should be colliders. Aha. So that got us through the jam, interestingly. That means it's possible to see, as soon as anything touches anything, it's gone. Boop. So that's going to clear up the universe real fast. It should happen for bots touching asteroids as well. And we're not seeing much in the way of motion because usually motion happens by bots running into asteroids. All right, that actually got around the crashing through a weird brute force method. This comment is not implemented yet. Let's test that again. So previously, we were guaranteed to have it crash and fail. In this case, stuff is appearing, and then if I'm not mistaken, stuff is kind of disappearing too. So the question becomes, can I check for infinite velocity that way? Like if stuff vanishing is enough to make it able to run, like see, intersect one of these, and it actually bounced first, and then disappeared. So that's interesting. The physics came in first, and only then did that do its thing. And if I override this, I should be able to get it to crash immediately again. Let's just check and see if that's true. Are we crashing? Yes, we are. Also, it's grinding real hard there. Was struggling. So infinity was a thing. And then if we have on body entered, dealing with this, so if instead of looking at XP here, we'll check to see whether we can do this. Is it going to react fast enough? Because having any collision immediately lead to freeing everything and quitting was enough. Or could we tell the body that impacted to self-delete? I don't know, but we're about to find out. If this works, then that's a way of getting around it. It did not. Okay, so we don't get to do this. Possibly because the body impacting is the one that's infinite. Nope, can't do that. We have to interpret that body as a rigid body. Also, that didn't work. I can't do that. That would require me programming in Unity. This is the update to Counterpart. I have no access for any of that stuff. You can't even run that version of Unity anymore. It is what it is. That's why I'm working in Godot now. No, impossible. Can't do it. Can't do it. I don't even have the computer I made it on. So, So this is really kind of interesting. What if we overrode the velocity? Okay, now if we have a collision, velocity is being neutralized. So deleting the objects is making that be fine. But I don't know if that's going to help. Hang on, that worked. Okay, that's weird. So if neutralizing the velocity caused it to not crash, that's important to know about. I didn't think it was going to be as simple as that. However, this also made it so nothing gets to move. Now all of those rocks are strictly just plain rocks. What, this? I don't know. We're in the middle of doing this, and it's far from being done. It is a matter of just pure optimism that you're able to get the other one at all. Yeah, see, velocity is becoming 0. I can't budge that guy at all. So this is interesting. I don't know yet. Yep, it doesn't at the moment. I'm just hitting the close of the window to do it. What if I make the velocity be half of what it was? Does that help it? See, if this doesn't work, it didn't work. But this did. Weird and curious. Why can't I compare? So here is some code that in theory runs and works. Player collided body as player. Body as one last one. Oh, I've selected too much. Collides body as rock. Oh, gotta update this too. Now let's see where we can stick this linear velocity equals 0 and what happens when we do. So what we've got is a way where we are able to make it not freak out, and yet under some circumstances it still does. So there should be only so many things we can collide with. It's either going to be player, bot, or rock. There's nothing else to collide with. Let's see if we're still able to run without crashing. If it's crashing, something else is happening. It's crashing, something else is happening. I think Godot is a very good program platform to start. Yeah, I will add to that observation, Gip, too, that at the time that I programmed Counterpart, I did not know how to make a menu or anything on the screen. So it's very much like this is currently, where it's just run. The difference is I do have it doing a thing. Hang on. So that did diddly squat. But if we put this there, then it doesn't. Denzera, I do not know. I don't know how well implemented C# is. I am just using it. So we can make it behave itself by just automatically making linear velocity be 0 on any body being entered. Please stand corrected. What? I tell you, that worked before. What's up? That's weird. Well, let's remove those lines of code and see if we get it all back to the original position. Because now we're checking to see whether the scene file path contains things. I disagree. I think C# is a great idea for Godot. Not every single detail that is implemented in GDScript is implemented in C#. But I still think it's a better concept. So let's see. Let's see whether this still crashes, having removed those things. It exists, and it continues to exist, and has not crashed. This is rather weird that I can get it to not crash doing this, but any variation on that isn't actually working. And then if I start including these things, like for instance, the logic for checking whether it's rock, this might make it so that it doesn't work anymore. And that's what's causing this to happen, is things are appearing thick and fast and making a very dense world. Also, that appears to have been the void sphere, which I have not implemented yet. So what we're looking at is, oh, okay. All the linear velocities are forced to be 0. Can we do anything where the linear velocities, see, it doesn't care whether we're doing this or not. Can we do anything whether the linear velocities are doing something else? Like, for instance, we shall have them all move. Every time anything enters a physics body, it begins to move. Ah, that killed it. So that's interesting. And we can also make it function by having every physics contact result in deletion of the object. I stand corrected. No, that didn't work either. What? And the mad thing about this is that we ramp it up to a really high level and then it's okay again. Or maybe it's just random. Could that be? Maybe it's just random. That just died too. So this is going to pose interesting problems. We're trying to figure out what causes this to become unable to function. We got the delete space there, and things are starting to vanish. Here we're going to return to not even attempting to make anything vanish. This stuff's supposed to be able to run, but for rocks we don't actually care about it. Bots do care about this. Here we are instantiating could it be that as I do this, it starts assigning it? Like this is assigning positions. There's our mass, there's linear velocity, which isn't really significant, but it's fine. Here we are adjusting the collision shape scale to make it be a little bit larger. At this point, maybe I can check to see whether it's colliding with something. What are my options? Also, hang on, that might be causing my problem. Look at this. Look at what this implies. We're doing ready, at which point we are overriding a bunch of these things up to and including position. Position is becoming randomized. Then, after we have assigned position, we are overriding it with changing the scale of collision shape. I could see how that would be a problem. Let's do an adjustment. Slow up there, Sonny. I was looking to re-indent that. Okay, ready. First thing we do, update scale. Let's go right back to our 300 or so. Now it's updating that collider before setting position. Didn't help. Okay, so the next thing to do is to not update that at all, or start fooling with various aspects of it. So if we don't override the collision at all, it's not going to have the collider be a different size than it expects. That's probably not going to help, but we'll find out. I stand corrected. So I could do this in two different ways. If it is resizing that collider and that is causing the problem, I can resize the rigid body, the mesh instance. Because I'm making the collider bigger, but I could be making the mesh instance smaller. Let's just run that again, seeing as we've established that that isn't any good. Oh, and oh, hang on. Hang on. Do I in fact need to do that in some kind of way? Okay, do we have appropriately sized colliders at all anymore? Or are we just going to fly into the middle of the rocks and they don't do anything? Signs point to where we don't have colliders anymore. Or rather, the colliders are going to be, yeah, see, everything's intersecting. All those colliders are literally size of 1. So let's find a space where some of them are really overlapping. So this guy there and this guy there, if I fly inside this, I should see the wall of that one on the other side of it. And sure enough, yep, our colliders are not actually working. But this implies that the size of the colliders is mattering. So could put it to be the same place as the other one. And then we'll see whether the scaling them is already the problem, in which case I can make the mesh instance be slightly smaller, or whether it's still having a world of hurt even so. Let's find out whether it runs or whether it crashes. Okay, with no adjusting the size, it seems to be handling it. Also, that is the Guardian. And I had thought I had moved that so that it wasn't right next to everything. That suggests that I can adjust the size of the mesh instance. Because it's the collision that's causing the problem. Hey, Grants, good to see you. If we start overriding the size of the colliders, Godot is not able to place them in situations where they could be overlapping. See, that's not quite overlapping. It will place stuff much like we see here. Off the surface. So that's cool. We got that. That was always a bit of a pain in the butt. We seem to have that sorted out. Don't know whether I need to rescale things even more than that, but at this stage I should be able to bump it up to it. Well, actually, I'm not sure which of these levels are bueno and which ones are not. I just know that was a problem that I have managed to avoid. So very dense packing of rocks now. And see, it is moving them, and we seem to have frozen. Oh, no, it didn't like that. I think space became too full of rocks. So it is struggling, and it's probably still making a infinite size issue. Yeah, C is finite. So I wonder, Seeing as I've established that I can still make it blow up if I do this. We can do this, we can do that, we can set the node size. So what I need to do is let's assume that we run this and we will quickly find out whether our velocity is infinite or not. Because we've just reset the scale and that's what's causing problems. Meaning that we call this and then something else happens. So will this have an infinite scale? If we straight up just tell the velocity to be 0, do we still crash? Because the physics engine will be able to move it. I could be running the physics engine code in there just enough. See, stuff's moving. Ah, okay. Huh. Are we looking at failure to collide? And again, what I said earlier was that some areas here don't have enough colliders, meaning that this starts looking weird like this. Some of it might be just a factor. Oh, see, look at that. I'm thinking that is going to be two objects that one of them is a visual instance. See, that's a visual instance on the other side of the universe. We can see ourselves getting closer to it, but it actually does not. Like, I have just teleported through to the other extreme. So it gets a little weird when the physical objects don't have instances of their own. Also, give me a second because it's not all that cold in here today. It warmed up nicely outside, but I'm going to still keep the fire going just a little bit. Or it will get unpleasantly cold later. Still going to be night. This is the reality principle. When you ask ChatGPT to code things for you, ChatGPT just have to set something on fire to not freeze. A human do have to set things on fire to not freeze. Let's attend to that. That'll probably go. I can make sure of that though. There we go. Alrighty, that's another couple of logs going. Alrighty. You're gonna sample Fred Buscaglione? Cool. Also, Giep asked if I make notes on paper. Sometimes I do. But this was not so much to remember what I was doing the next day, so much as this is a detail that needed to be implemented in order to do all this instancing. What we've got here is this elaborate physics engine with all these bots, in other words, 800 of them, large numbers of them, large numbers of objects. And the way the density of this works is that you're kind of flying through here looking for particular guys, and you're supposed to be able to find these little parties of all of these guys going on. This is like level 800. This is already enough that the frame rate's chugging a little bit, and yet now it's not crashing. So setting linear velocity to 0 at start seems to have worked, and setting linear velocity to rand f seems to be what's causing a problem for it. So there's a thing. I can manually override linear velocity on startup. And then let's just test that out with an even larger number for the level. 900 should be a pretty unreasonable number. Mind you, I can also set this to, because inevitably, if I keep doing this, I can make the world so full of bots, or rocks, like I'm doing here. Yep, see, I went beyond to the point where it wasn't able to run. So that has now crashed. Hey, Mel. And I'm trying to close it. And if I dial it back, that should... So part of this is simply that I am defining an algorithm which is filling space with these spheres. And the idea is, as the number continues to increase, well, guess what? You're getting more bots, but you're also getting way more of these rocks. And Godot's object creation algorithm is finding a place for them. But it's like a spherical packing of space. I'm telling the algorithm to find a space for each new one, but it will eventually get to where, and see, here's one instance where I basically need to give these their own colliders. See, the one that I'm nearest is the one that has the real collider. And if I go from side to side like this, we see that the one that is real appears in front, and the one that is just an image is showing up behind the one that exists. And see, here's another one that doesn't actually exist. If I go sideways into it, it vanishes. Turn around, you can plainly see it, go through it. Oh, no, that actually was one that exists. So yeah, this is part of the challenge of having this extremely large number of rocks filling up space so densely that it's hard to find your way through them. And that was my intention for making it actually have difficulty in the game. That was the hope, is that it can be harder of a game through filling up space, and then you have to find your way through this moving asteroid field. So as you get near the edges of space, such as over here, you end up in these zones where the instancing of these rocks is altering. See, so when we can do this to them, and there are some interesting implications to that. One of them is that if one of these rocks drifts through space until it intersects with another one, see, they're just only visually apparent here. You see them overlapping like that? If one drifts through to be on the other side of the universe, suddenly the colliders will be colliding very, very, very hard. And that might make it teleport off in a funny direction. So this is a world of hurt waiting to happen. And I'm still kind of trying to figure out what to do about that, although I do have a guess as to something that might help. And that would be to spawn a bunch of physics engine objects that are colliders. If I do that, they won't be able to overlap like that because the one that exists, see, here's another two that are overlapping. So the one that exists will have registered that there was another one there of that size, and it will have bounced off of it whether or not it was a real one or not. It might not even need to produce forces on the other one if it is able itself to bounce off of the one that is, as you can see, only a phantom. One of these is an instant. Actually, both of them are an instance at different times. I'm zipping back and forth between the boundaries of the universe. Can I maybe make that more apparent? Let's see if I still have... We can literally see this in action. So let's hit save. That is just a visual representation. Now we will literally see this in action. Unless it crashes and dies. Interesting. But then that might have to do with the existing problem as it exists. So dial it back a little bit. I'm sure it's still going to be fine. If I can get one of these that runs and it doesn't crash in trying to fill space with rocks, then we can see the other thing. Oh, nope, that didn't make it either. There might be a randomness factor in there. I know that that did not have a collider on it. So just showing that in the interface, oh look, we're still not able to do it, are we? What the heck is the deal here? Maybe it's happier if I do a really large number again? We'll try it, might not work. Oh, looky there. So now I am literally... There's nothing else here, but there I am in the edge of the box. And we didn't even start up. Interesting. Fine. If we're on level 6, does it behave any better? Also, have I updated that? I think I didn't. I think we didn't update that. I think we took that out of this instantiation is what happened. Okay, so never mind. That doesn't actually play a useful role at all. But my point being, maybe it'll work. Maybe we'll... No, maybe not. Okay, so we can't have that in the scene at all. I don't know why not. I don't feel as if this should actually be doing a damn thing, and yet it's like it's being able to interfere with stuff. Fishbowl there is just a big blank thing. So now let's see whether simply removing it changes anything. That shouldn't have done anything. Oh no, it clearly didn't do anything. Okay, we are in a level of no worky, and I don't know why or what changed or what happened. We're not even able to start up now. All of this is very weird. All of this is very weird indeed. Oh, have we... I bet I failed to do a thing. I think I edited this in such a way that it took out new level. Fine. Let's try that again. Rather than being broken, it just was never starting up at all. And, we'll see whether this has any basis in reality. Can I manually set it to what I need it to be? Let's find out. So we're doing world size is 700. Just for laughs, we could do world size is 800 because it'll make it slightly more convenient to manually set this to what it needs to be. Fishbowl, scale. $800, $800, $800. That's not centered. What do I need to change for it to be centered? Well, it's going to be off by 400. Ah, there we go. Position. Or perhaps it needs to be negative 400. Ah, okay. Or maybe it needs to be position 0. Alrighty then. So in theory, that is the same size as the universe we're in. And we are now setting level and hitting new level at least once, meaning that we are starting the game at least once. Now let's see whether I can demonstrate the thing that I am not aware of a microphone transformer plugin, Youngmill. Oh, have we just died? It froze, it crashed, it's gone. Can I have my cursor back, please? Thank you. Let's see if we can safely close this off. I'm simply going to go for a smaller number. If I do 300, it should be able to manage things. So 300. Hopefully it doesn't straight up crash this time. I spoke too soon. It straight up crashed. There were so many things I wanted to do with this, but you know, sometimes this is just how it rolls. Can we run with a small number, like 30? So here's your problem. The positioning of this is not correct. But if I keep going infinitely through here, we should at least be able to see the boundaries of the universe repeatedly appearing. It's just not in the right place. And it ran without crashing, so we can at least do that. So size 800, 800, 800. Position not actually correct. So maybe we're spawning at 0, 0, and that's also where we intersect things, and teleporting to the correct location. If this works, we'll be able to see both that position and also where things change from real to virtual. See, anything past here, past this point, is in fact virtual. They're just instanced. So that guy I'll be able to bounce off of, but this one I will not until I go through that. So it looks close up, but I can only bounce off of it once I've actually gone up to it. So now we go and find one that's halfway through the screen. Or run again so that I can generate larger objects. Let's see if it can do 300. For a while there it was able to run, so we'll see whether we can luck out and get into a zone where it's able to run. This is not such a time. Give me my cursor, please. Thank you. And I'm finding out what's causing it to break and crash and blow up in the way that it's doing. Maybe if I dial it back to a level 200. Because whatever's happening is happening very aggressively to me. And there we go. We crashed again. It's bouncing back into existence better than before, but it's not enough. Setting linear velocity to 0 doesn't seem to be helping, but I remember that I was able to do this in another situation. Namely, if upon on body entered, velocity is automatically 0, nothing gets to move, but nothing crashes. I spoke too soon. That's not great. I wish I could figure out what was making everything crash. I have no big problem with like derping around with this all afternoon, unable to make it stop crashing, but it would be nice if I could make it work properly. Oh, hang on. Hang on, that's not necessarily what fixed things. If on body entered automatically gets you deletion of the thing, that might get me out of the crashing. For a brief shining moment, it was actually working. I wish I could tell you what's going on. Let's try to quit out of there. See, I'm in empty space now, which is not supposed to be the case. And we're still trying to figure out, I bet it's the same problem. See, V is finite. Whatever V is becoming infinite when I do an instance set transform. Well, now hang on a moment. Instances shouldn't matter for this. They're not. Instances don't have colliders. That seems weird. Check on my fire, make sure it's still going okay. So I'm getting all distracted by all of this. Yeah, so doing this didn't actually make it stop. What do I gotta do to make it stop? Well, I remember these were commented out at one point. Those were commented out. So it wasn't checking body scene file path. So I should have just removed stuff that was fixing things, and it should crash again. Squeeze me. Aha. Alrighty, so now at least I'm starting to see some of the stuff I was complaining about. Let's go upwards through the bottom wall. That is 0, 0. So what we're seeing here is a bunch of objects. Like, see, I just moved that one. And then a bunch of these are instances. They're not really objects at all. See, they're larger than they look. And they're being drawn in front of this big box shape that we see here. So funnily enough, what's going on there is I'm moving back and forth, and it's apparently causing it to instance. Oh, I know what's happening. So it's drawing that bottom corner over that object, which is moving slowly in this direction. As I go closer to it, I go closer to these guys, and wow, okay, world looked very weird there for a moment. So the thing I was looking to demonstrate here is as follows. Here is where we are going to see some of these items seemingly intersecting each other. And what that means is some of them are physical objects and some of them are just sort of instances, like that I see there. Now it's real and now it's not. Let's try to find a place where these are intersecting each other in a more useful way. I don't know why I can't get to the full resolution of these. So the layering of this is very weird and awkward, but real thing I can bounce off of, and instance, real instance. And it's going to be the same anywhere I find these seemingly intersecting each other, it's going to be for that reason. I don't have them densely packed enough to make it look like that, so... And yeah, apparently doing this check caused it to not work. I don't know why that would be. That seems really crazy and weird. But commenting this stuff out caused it to be more resilient again. Let's find out how resilient. Can we bump it up to a level of 700 again? About to find out. So it's possible this will just crash again. It's trying to run. Oh, no, that was too much. See, one of the reasons it can be crashing is because it's just trying to fill space with these spheres, and it gets to a position where the physics engine cannot place a new sphere because they are all too big. Let me get to a place close to that without quite being there. What I need is the ability to run the physics engine and have it check to see if the one that's being placed can't find a location. In this case, it looks like it successfully got there. Not only that, we still have that fishbowl texture, which delineates where space actually stops. And it is there. So here's where we can travel along the edges and get to one of those locations where we have two rocks that are obviously overlapping each other because they'll be on either side of this boundary. And that's how the physics of it works. I'm thinking I ought to be able to produce that situation. Here we have our little party of these guys moving around. They are also going in between being real and being... Oh, look at that. That just weirdly appeared. Maybe that's going to be a good example. I'm looking for positions where as I go from side to side through this apparent wall, the layering of the objects changes. It's not really doing that quite so much. All of these are technically acting like there is a tiny space between all of them. However, oh, nope, there's still a space between that. It's not a very big space, but it's still a space. Because this relates to my efforts to pack these spheres in so densely that there is it's hard to find your way around them. Again, this is the size of the universe. A bunch of these are pretend. A bunch of these are not actually in existence. The universe is always inside this checkerboard box here. And its positioning is doing odd things to the rendering. But as I go back and forth like that, I am always on the inside of this checkerboard colored box, meaning that these are swapping between real objects and instances, visual instances, as I go. So let's go forwards to where this thing is, because this is one of these is an instance and one of them is real. It's a little hard to tell which is which. It's kind of up in the corner there. Or maybe all of it is. So can I collide with that? Yep, that one was real. But then there should be an instance around here as well. Nope, that's still real. Okay, well, the basic concept of that is holding. Hey, Vinegar. So yeah, a number of things are happening. One of them is that I'm having difficulty packing as many of these into a space, and I'm running into a crashing bug every time their physics objects can't actually be placed properly. So if the space gets filled so densely with spheres that there is no room for any more, and the physics engine can't arrive at a location for it within this checkerboard box, anything outside that box is pretend. See, here I'm looking at the real ones. I turn around, looking through the checkerboard. These are all the virtual ones and the virtual bots. Those don't actually exist. It's meant to be really hard to tell where you're at in relation to it. And see, we're initially placed at 0, 0, but when we run the game, you get placed in the middle of it right there. So you go to that location. You know what? Let's add I might as well at least start with the firing zaps, with the firing shots, like particles. In order to do that, I'm going to need to make another scene. Let's see whether we can even get through that. How about I just close that? There we go. And then let's create a new scene. Hang on. I think it had better be a 3D thing. Oh no, wait, I have a better idea. It should be a kind of node. And like these other ones, it'll be one of these. So we instantiate these as we need them, and they get code. And it's going to have, let's see, it's going to be like a lot of these other guys. Like that one has a collision shape and a mesh instance. That one has a collision shape and a mesh instance, and it is a rigid body. That's going to have a collision shape and a mesh instance. And it's going to be very light. With a gravity of 0. Well, hello. Do we get to just... It still needs a collision shape. I simply haven't specified one. See, it has no shape, so it needs a collision shape. So... So here's the thing. You want a sphere collision shape because that's easiest to calculate. Well, that's interesting. I'm not sure what that's going to do. That's actually the easiest thing to calculate because it's just within these 3 coordinates. Is it near enough to the other 3 coordinates by x length? So there we go. And then we need to add a mesh. But the mesh that we are adding is, in fact, a quad mesh, and then we have to tell it to be a billboard. But you know what we can already do is well, hang on a moment. It wants a material. That's fine. We can do that. And it'll want an albedo. And then we will load a texture because it's always going to be this cyber particle. Probably don't need albedo to be that bright, but it's fine for now. And then we go and find a billboard and tell it that it is going to be a billboard. And then we try to instantiate it. Because this is still fairly simple. Hit save first. We'll hit save for that as well. And it may not need a script. We might be able to just have it derping around on its own. What's this thing about? So if we go over to here, so that may not be operational, but okay, do we have any packed scenes in here? No? But we may be able to create them in here. So let's see, where did that go? That went in the class game node 3D. We'll export that and then we'll go and hang on, not rock scene, but zap scene. And then before we can do anything with it, we have to go back to here. And drag this to here. Could have just loaded it too. At which point now we can instantiate one of these if we want. And that is what we're going to want. So first things first, back over to Writer. We should be able to make them now. And there's a particular time at which we will be trying to make them. But we're going to use code like we have in here. Probably duplicating this stuff there. So what was that? Was that in ready? No, it was not. It was in the instantiation. It was kind of where this was. Interesting. Why can we not do that? When we could do it in the other stuff. Because it doesn't have a script. Because it doesn't have a script, that's why. So can we still invoke it if it doesn't have a script? I guess it's worth finding out. So what are the bits that we need to also add in here? We need to... So that doesn't have a script, so I don't get to do that, but I can maybe still add things to the node. I wouldn't be doing that right away, though. Okay, ready. I'll be attaching stuff to that node if it works. And I'm sure I connected those somewhere. There we go. It'll be kind of like this. So we can, in fact, do that. Can we instantiate a scene that doesn't have a script on it? If so, we'll be doing it kind of like that. Well, we don't actually want that line of code. So, I know how to instantiate stuff by doing this. Add child bot. Can we add a child? As just the scene. In theory, that could be just referring to the scene directly, and that doesn't mean I'll be able to refer to it in any sense. Because I'm going to be wanting to update its position to my position, and I'm going to be wanting to update its speed. And I'm going to be wanting to throw another log on the fire, so let me do that. Probably for some time in most places in the world you won't have to feed ChatGPT logs. That is a human failing, needing to have logs. We're all about the logs today. Okay, so we're instantiating a rigid body 3D and it has multiple children. If we can create the thing, I suppose the first thing I can do is see if I can make it exist at all. Okay, that's presumably something. and I'm not connected to it. Okay, so argument type packed scene is not assignable to node. But that doesn't specify what the thing is. And that doesn't work either. I mean, I could give it a script, but it feels wasteful. And that will do literally nothing. Can I add the scene as quotes? No, that's adding itself as a child. That's never going to work. I think in bot I have references to, okay, those are items. Do I have references to nodes, but not to physics not physics objects, not at all physics objects. No. I'm looking for where it says like res something. That's the thing. I'm thinking that might be the formula I need to do for being able to spawn a thing in player here. And it would be res if indeed that's what I'm calling it. Let me double check. No, I'm simply calling it zap.tscene. Haha. I have autocomplete. I'm not saying zap scene anywhere, so why is it saying this? Buh. Messy. Messy and annoying. What's its little problem? It really wants me to do this. That's self-referential again. That is self-referential again. I don't know where it's getting this zap scene business. It's just making it up out of nowhere. That's going to give me nothing. It did indeed give me nothing. Can we refer to packed scene by a location reference like that? No, that's a string. Ah, okay, I know why it's doing zap scene. We do actually have that somehow. So we don't need to make zap scene a new packed scene. Let's see if we can straight up just add it as a child. I went to the trouble of doing that. Ah, nope. No. No, it's not happy. Doesn't like that. Packed scene not assignable to node. Add child new node. How about instead add it as a scene? Okay, if you do new packed scene, why is it not able to do the one that you've got? That seems messy. If you give it a script, it is able to deal with this, but I'm having a lot of trouble making it do it without having a script. I mean, logically, I could simply give it a script and go from there. I'm just fascinated to find out whether I can add a child that doesn't run its own script. Because every script that it runs is going to be another additional thing. Can we add a scene here? Okay, so the node can be instantiated from a packed scene file. I have got such a file. I have got it referred to in a place, but that is not acceptable. Also, node 3D it should be. But time to look things up. This is nonsense. Time to look things up. Yep, looking to do that. Oh, okay. And that's the kind of language we're using for this kind of thing. So, I guess we'll do the thing of actually looking at the Godot instructions. And it's going to act like this. And we're going to just follow these instructions, and that should, in theory, work. We can have them, like, destroy each other or destroy themselves as it goes beyond a certain range or whatever. It'll go outside the range of the world. Pretty sure that was the name of it. So we'll even do that with it. Lovely. Then let me scooch this off of the bottom of the screen a little bit so I can get back to it. Preload. Only available with GDScript. Fine. We didn't want to do that anyway. Actually, that can be done and ready. And one gatherer. No, I didn't want to do that. That's crazy talk. Packed scene. And then we don't define it there, but we'll load it there. So there we've got that. It doesn't like my naming conventions, whatever. I'm defying naming conventions a lot, and maybe at some point I'm going to go and remedy all of that, but for the time being, not even worried about it. Zap load, world scene, res zap scene. Therefore, now that we go down here to where we are doing the thing, we try that and see whether that does any good. There, now it's speaking its language. And then we add it to Zap Gatherer because that's the containing factor for that. And we can also oh, what, are we not able to do that? Seriously? First things first, let's see if we can instantiate them at all. Because we may not be able to. A little unsure as to whether it's even going to run. Up. Crash. We're still crashing with the other stuff all the time. That's unfortunate. But you know, I think I can work around that by just dropping the level way down. Because we're still kind of patiently trying to work with making enormously large worlds full of rocks. And whenever there are so many rocks that they cannot actually fit, it crashes. And it does not appear to have crashed. And I'm not able to interact with what we're instancing here, but in theory we are adding specks to the bottom corner of the world, but this is not going to be, or is it? That actually might be 0, 0. Let's see whether it gave me error messages. Okay, object DVs getting leaked. Things happening that are not good. Got new stuff happening that's no bueno. And apparently they have to do with this. So I was creating, oh, null reference. Interesting. Line 71, how much you want to bet that's the thing we just tried to add? Okay, maybe not. Oh, that's in game, not player. Let's have a look at this. Boom, there you go. So that did not work. It did not instantiate the thing that I wanted. What happens if we instead simplify it in a way that we should be able to do better than, but we can't? Add child, zap instantiate. Are we still going to run into the same problem? Well, we are at least not running into the problem of these things not being able to function. Because that stuff at least works, but then I will click once neatly and see what happened. Okay, it did a bunch of not set to an instance of an object. That's weird. And that's what it was. For sure that's what it was. Okay, what's the language I'm trying to use with this? We're trying to get that going. We're trying to get this going. Maybe if I, rather than put that there, in the belief that that was going to continue to be there and work, if instead it isn't there and doesn't work, we try to put it where it's needed. Like, what if we did that? Or is ZapGatherer not a thing? Well, I can gather that together too. Zaps is not a child of player. There's your problem. There's your problem. See, game node root game. That should do it. It needed to be able to reach this, but that was not even a thing for it. So let's see now whether we got moving any better. There's our Guardian, which is not where I would like it to be. We'll click a couple of times and see if it's complaining. Okay, it gave a bunch of problems, but that wasn't one of them this time. Interesting. Okay. How are we doing so far? I could just include one of these in the scene, but what I'm trying to do is refer to something in here in such a way that I can make it move and do. It doesn't know it says rigid body 3D. I can tell it is one, but then it's not happy. Okay, so that would make it become a local function. That's not actually what it is. So stand corrected. Okay. Alrighty. So there's a something. Don't care about Angular. That is the likely thing I would be trying to make it do. So far so good. So if this works, I get to instantiate some of these little billboard guys with colliders at my location at my velocity. I don't know if that's going to work, but I will find out whether I have a bunch of error messages once I do it. Ha! I made a thing. I'm making lots of things. So these need to be set to brighten only. And I wouldn't mind being able to have, and they also need to have expiration. So they might really need a script. If they had a script, then they would have a way of dealing with some of that stuff. But we made them. We totally made them. And the only reason that they're being drawn as big black squares is because they're not being drawn with add. And that is fixable. And they do appear to be billboards. Okay, so back over to here. Albedo, transparency, shading, blend mode, add. Cull mode, they're always facing you. Shading mode, will have them be unshaded. They're like bright little lights. It's fine. And then we can disable ambient lighting and fog while we're at it, so they render faster. They don't need specular. They don't need any of those things. And now let's see if we can make them go forwards as well. So I'm going to be looking to direction for this. See where it says var direction? And then linear velocity plus equals direction. Although that's not perfect, is it? But perfect it may not be, but it might at least be in with the start. Because you see, direction is only going forwards if I'm actively moving. WASD is giving me stuff here. So if I'm not using WASD, direction doesn't actually have that effect. And transform basis is not what I'm looking for. How about transform basis times a vector 3? So if forward is what I want for this, then it's going to be linear velocity plus something along the lines of 1 in some direction. That's looking really weird. Maybe it needs to be offset by my initial starting position, but we are making them anyhow. Those are our shots, such as they are. And they're all gradually moving somewhere. I really feel like maybe I do need to have a script. If I have a script, I can maybe update all of their positions. Also, they ground to a halt, didn't they? That's no good. No, they didn't all ground to a halt because there's that one. Oh, they have colliders. I can bonk into them. Bonk. If I ram them, they scatter. So they do indeed have colliders. They don't have expiration, and I don't think I can do that without a script. I'm feeling like maybe these do really need a script. Hey, Chad. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm running into a problem with instantiating too many rocks. And I don't have a situation where I can tell the physics engine, make a random sphere here, and if it is so big that you can't fit it in the universe, don't. I don't think I have that. I also don't know whether okay, so this might be part of my troubles. If we don't have this, then they do not get repositioned. And if position counter minus minus never hits 3, it never runs these. So we're going to do a little experiment. We're going to go to another very high level. But this time all the rocks are going to go off into the distance and never return. They no longer wrap. And we're going to see if it straight up crashes when we do that. Signs point to yes. Okay, never mind. There I was thinking it was going to be better if I did that. More fool me, I suppose. Emily Latella, never mind. And it's going to be infinite, yep. Sure enough. Okay, so here's the thing I just tried to do. I tried to make it so that it never confines these objects to within world size, because it's just imposing a new position no matter where it goes. And that did not help. So more fool me, I screwed that up somehow. This stuff does not seem to work. It worked a little more. It starts working and then stops, and starts working and then stops, and nothing that I do seems to have any real relevance to whether it's running or not. But here's what we are doing, which is, oh, here's a thing I could do. rather than starting it literally in the middle of myself, let's see if we can instantiate them slightly ahead of me. Seems to jitter. And we really get rapid fiery, but at least it's not placing them behind me now. There's my cluster of zaps. And I can make a new cluster of zaps going in a different direction. And I can zoom over to a giant rock and make a cluster of zaps that will bounce off it. Eventually. I guess let's hang out and watch. These are going to end up moving a lot faster, but to some extent, what confuses me is why they are not spawning exactly at my position. They're spawning in a randomly reorganized position. And they're grinding to a halt. I know what to do about that, though. See, the reason they would be grinding to a halt is because of the rigid body 3D stuff. They have very low mass. They have a physics material. But damp mode is combine. If damp mode is replace, damping gets to be 0, and it'll keep its behavior. So now it should keep its behavior. What if we don't have this stuff normalized? Normalized is returning it to as a unit vector. Honestly, it should be about the same. Vector 3 forwards is a unit vector. Okay, so now that stuff is going to move. And not stop. So this time we get to see, oh, the rock is moving away from the shots because I bunked into it. Oh dear. Are they even going to reach it? Well, I'll tell you what I can do. I can go on the other side of it. There. And they are rigid bodies, so they bounce off. And they have successfully bounced off the rock in a bunch of different directions. So some of this is actually working. Can we multiply by a unit? Actually, I don't necessarily want that, but maybe a little bit of it. But I do want it to move a little faster than it is. So we'll see how this rolls now. Again, oh no, it crashed. I guess sometimes it likes to run and sometimes it doesn't. This implies that the positioning of my rocks and their randomization can lead me to grief. And I'd love to come up with a better solution for that. How's my shots doing now? Okay, I am not in love with the weird side-to-side behavior of it. But we can shoot those zaps at a rock and see if it bounces. It should. How are you doing? It seemed like it was going very fast, but this is a very large rock. Aha! So what's going to eventually happen is that the zaps that I shoot will go flying towards whatever at a much higher rate. Oh, I know why it's doing that. It's trying to instantiate them on top of each other so they're bouncing. That's what it's doing. I do not have an overlap check before spawning rocks, and that's what... Well, I don't have an overlap check before spawning rocks, but I also don't have an overlap check before spawning zaps. So... just for laughs, we'll move that forwards a little bit more. Let's see if we just ramp it up, do we get a linear stream of zaps? Haha. So that was fast enough that they are out of the way when a new one gets fired. And so off they go. And it bounced off a couple of different rocks before it was done. We are firing at a very high rate of speed. Also, the small changes, and there is also another concern, which is that these are never expiring. Oh, Chad, is this something that you know about Godot, or are you just making it up off of the top of your head? I'm willing to give it a try and find out. So currently what I've got is we're adding it, and then ready is positioning it. I maybe can do more of that, or more with that. So let's explore that a little bit now too. Let's move the repositioning that exists in ready to the calling function. And at which point it won't matter whether linear velocity is 0 anymore. How many of these things, I wonder, can I... So that can be in ready. That is not as significant. Okay, that was my question is, did you find anything relevant, or were you just making that up? Because it sounds like exactly the sort of thing that would be great. That doesn't mean it's real. I'm interested in something that would solve this that is also real. So let's first grab this and put it in here. And then let's add child way later. And let's also update these in the calling function. Mind you, it's going to require a little fussing to do, but no, it's okay. Don't worry. So that's position of game CS, so that's no good. But that might be what I'm looking for. Then Can we get Node from here? Maybe. If so, I don't need these things in here. So first things first, let's see if this runs at all. I just moved big chunks from one place to another. Aha! Looking good so far. Also, check it out. I can now query these bots. Except for all that happens is it bounces off of them. See them go flying. Neat. Okay, this is starting to look plausible. Now it's time to find out whether your intersect shape thing is a thing. The strong one, hang on. No, world size does need to exist in here. Don't think we need X. Well, I'm not doing anything with XP that I can't do elsewhere. I love to see it. Look at it go. It's able to do this just fine this way. That's promising. That suggests that if I actually am able to do that test you were talking about, I'd be able to find out whether it was in fact able to add another rock or not. Dial that back and see if it interferes with anything. I was not using it, that's fine. Back to here. Okay, we successfully did something with this. Well, rock is a rigid body already. Time to go and look for some other stuff. Occluding is technically the word you'd use. Unfortunately, I'll try intersecting. Well, there's somebody asking for something that sounds relevant. I don't want my rocks to overlap each other either because they're making the physics engine go insane. And that'll also give me a bailout for if I have filled space with rocks too much. I'm stuck on that too, I feel ya, whoever it is that's doing this. Huh. Interesting. I don't think it's actually high-speed collisions that are causing the rocks to crash. I think what's happening is when they are not able to exist in a instance, because whenever they get instantiated, and then Godot iterates through the entire physics engine, trying to place all the rigid body 3Ds so that they are not in the same place. That's why the shots were coming out in different locations, is because they were intersecting each other's collision sphere. So, mind you, I say that, and still it's worth enabling the collision detection. Assuming I can find it. But you're not wrong there, that is clearly what needs to happen. It doesn't live there. I bet it's in solver. There we go. Yeah, so that should help. But that's not our problem. Also, do I have it in? That would be amusing if it needed to be in the... as I know the bots have continuous collision detection instantiated. Yep, these two as well. I think they have to have contacts monitoring on too. Alrighty, so that would not actually be a change. Physics shape query parameters 3D. I've never heard of that in my life. Also, I do not know if we've got a wait in C#. This might be somebody working strictly in GD script. Does it easier than you think, if you say so, buddy. And that's not available. Well, never mind. Somebody else dealing with it. So I'm looking for the same thing, but I'm doing firewood is what I'm doing. Give me a second. I'm going to engage the dampers. What I'm going to do is warm enough that I can go through the catalyst, and that'll make it a little more effective as well. Also, is my kettle has boiled dry. Give me a second. kettle is a little hot, but it's fine. Alrighty. So there's somebody who is trying to instantiate stuff into, I guess in this case it's a 2D space, but it should still apply. Let's see whether they found a solution that was anything to do with checking whether it was intersecting. No. No, that's just better logic for instantiating them in the first place. There is one of those capital P programmers telling people what to do. This is the DRY principle, don't repeat yourself, which I do not follow, by the way. It's a, what do you call it? It's an object-oriented thing. Okay, so that person was giving useless advice. This looks like what I'd like to do. I'm trying to spawn resources. Has overlapping bodies, physics shape query parameters. I'd be wanting physics shape query parameters 3D. I'm in 2D, but it's still going to be kind of similar. So collisions are tested once per frame. That's GDScript. See you later, Gwens. Ah, that's going to be a reference to the Godot instruction manual. And that looks like what you were talking about. That is in 3D. Don't need to exclude things. I'm using Server's API, but for something else. Okay. Collide with bodies. Collision mask. Here's how you set it. Here's how you exclude it. There's how you specify. Yeah, that would be what I'd be wanting to do. So it'd be something like that. Well, what about test motion? No? Okay, so you're not supposed to do that one directly. Tutorials. Well, that's not actually what I'm looking to do. I'm honestly not doing any raycasting. I'm basically flinging rigid bodies around. Okay. I'm basically looking to see whether anybody is doing the thing that I'm looking to do. Raycasts are handy things, except for okay, this is heavy. There's a lot going on here. Yeah, with a bit of luck, they fixed the stuff that's going on in here. This would be why it sometimes chugs. Something like Unity has been around for a very long time with people doing this stuff more efficiently. Godot, particularly with relation to GDScript, tries to do a bunch of flexibility that's not necessarily helpful. This could actually be behind some of the problems I'm having, though. So much so that I feel like maybe it's worth me digging into here and seeing what I must do. So game doesn't have physics process. I've got process here, but I don't think I have physics process, but that can be fixed. So process, that runs on essentially the thing that I'd be looking to do here is this gets to update because it is a visual element only. But this shouldn't be. I shouldn't be running these in process. I should be running these in physics process because it's like effectively I'm fighting the physics engine. And in particular, I can see how that would be a major problem. Let's go and find somewhere where I do have physics process, and we're going to update all of this stuff to do it properly. Like here we go. Player is already fine. And here's the part that needs to be moved to running only within physics process. All of this. This is overriding position. So while we're at it, we might also just simply ignore that because it might be so very direct that we don't need it. And now that is being updated per visual frame. I'm not sure if I'm using Area 3Ds though. I'm using colliders. I might be working my way around the problem already. That's the thing. Like, Guardian isn't doing a damn thing at the moment, but all the same thing will apply. It'll apply for player as well. My indenting is garbage, but whatever. Oh, we have a problem here. What's gone wrong here? Oh, I didn't finish that. That was me beginning to try to work out how to do the pre-check before actually getting anything done. But on body entered, that part is fine. That's in ready, that's fine. And maybe I'm not even using the counters again. See, so that's process. This is physics process. So there we go. We got the brain updating according to physics process, but we can move bots, additional cases. Let's dish the entire process counter. No longer relevant. And all of this physics-related stuff here goes into physics process. I think that's an important update. I was trying to come up with stuff that was going to run faster and more efficiently, and I think I made a mistake there, which I may be amending now. And all this transform stuff gets to run on process just fine. So, physics process, boop. Okay, these are two separate things that are being done with linear velocity. May be possible to do something smarter with this later. Physics counter, we're updating brain that way. We're resetting it. 100,000 divided by where player difficulty, which should be ramping up level by level. I don't know if I have it doing that. And then flash is also a factor of physics counter. And then we're checking to see if the player won. And there we are. And so now that we have that, it should still run unless something went horribly wrong. Nope. But we may end up seeing very different stuff. And we don't necessarily have to have this giant box here. We just have it there because that's the size of the actual world. So there's our guys moving around, and this is the situation in which it straight up blew up on me when I ran a super high level. Let's now see whether we're still getting infinite velocities and crashing as we try to load up. Well, we're freezing, but nothing disappeared. Interesting. Oh, now it disappeared. Okay, back to the same old problem. There we go. That's what you get for trying to do a thing. So I can tell you what's causing this. I'm basically looking at a situation where I keep trying to instantiate more and more of these rocks, just enormous numbers of them. Yeah, see, now it's stressing out so bad that it doesn't know what to do. And it's going to be infinite still? Yeah, but it's going to be infinite still. Let's run a slightly slower number of them and see how it does this time. So I can almost certainly make this not be happening by just not instantiating as many of these guys. One thing about it is running it like this, I actually am not seeing the weird flickering as we start up. And we're getting very good frame rate for the time being. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to go back to here and shut off the universe boundary indicator so that it looks more like what it normally looks like. It started up better that time. And we've got our little guys bouncing around nicely, including bouncing off of those. I do need to give them a lifetime, because I will quickly fill up all of space with these little zaps. They're going to continue bouncing off of things, and they're going on forever. They don't even have a script to make them contain within the universe size. So I've now just got zaps that are beaten feet off into the long distance. Oh, and there's one which has slowed way the heck down, I think. Yeah, some of my zaps slowed right down. I'm chasing that one now. Oh wait, did it go? Oh, there it goes. No, it changed direction. That's weird. Why did it do that? At any rate, I do have that running. So at some point, I wind up with so many of these asteroids that I can't have any more. I don't know if I have a test function. Up, see, it drew everything, but it is now frozen up. That suggests that it has crashed, and indeed it has. So now that it has infinite velocities and has crashed, even though I'm doing the same thing as I did before. So the changes that I made did not fix a thing. Now I gotta wait for it to finish. part of what's going on is I think that I'm going for as many as 100 total rocks. And if I dial that right down to 10 of them, it'll probably run, or maybe it won't. If it doesn't, that teaches me something important. That didn't. Very interesting indeed. So I'm wondering whether maybe this might have to do with poly size. I'm almost certain that the rocks, some of those are being rendered with a lot of polygons. Can I bring that into this calculation as well? Here's where we instantiate. How many of these things can I now do? I could do this. I could move this. Let's give it a try. Probably needn't worry about this. That stuff's probably fine. But this could be ramping up to generate enormous quantities of polygons, and that could be causing my problem in some way. I don't know. We'll find out. So here's where we're instancing things. Don't need to get to rock add child yet. We'll go after mass. We'll get this sphere mesh. It's assigning that. Oh, okay, interesting. What's going on there? Oh, lowercase, then it's happy. Very good. So rock size, cube root times 20. And then the number of segments and things is the square root of that. So this is going to be specifying things. So first of all, let's run this math a little bit. So, or actually, rather than even run this math a little bit, I think I've got it in a state where it is able and willing to crash. This is our minimums. I cannot unreasonably bump that up to like 8 and 4. And here's where we start getting lots of polygons. So it's square root of rock size times 0.5. Let's check and see if it still crashes, at which point I'll try 0.25, at which point maybe it will be able to, see, that's very round. Those are very round. And it's barely able to move. And it's gone. So is this simply a matter of having too many polygons in the scene with no other concerns? Because as the level gets larger, so too do the rocks I'm trying to instantiate. So quick test. Quickly run that again. We're generating large amounts of enormous rocks. But now, oh. See, the same thing holds for the bots. That's the thing. Maybe I'm simply trying to instantiate too many bots and it's causing an issue. Because we are, in fact, instantiating hundreds of the buggers. Come on, give me that back. Thank you. bots have a similar calculation. Let's just force them to be horrible quality ones. So if this works, it was bots having too many polygons. It's the only change. Now they're very primitive and it's still not working. Okay. That's pretty wild. Come on, give me my programming code back. Thank you. So it wasn't that. Could it be that it doesn't like calling random so much? No, that can't be that. Once it's hit ready, it should be fine. I wish I could profile this and figure out what on earth is going on. Okay. Backtrace. Instance set transform. Could it be the instancing? That makes no sense. Instances don't collide. It's down to the rock some way or other. It's acting like rendering server isn't happy and I don't understand why. Seems weird. Well, at least I can put this back. It didn't help anything. What could this be? Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying the prospect of Dark Meter. I'm a lot happier about it than my previous meters. I feel like it's really getting somewhere. That should never be happening, but I'm curious as to whether we're still in a condition of can it run if everything that collides immediately disappears? When everything that collides immediately disappears, it appears like it's fine. That's definitely a little weird. See, that just disappeared too. So, when I run each state, could I like step forwards one and check to see if it disappeared, or keep track of like past a certain time period? Is there a bailout I can do? Game. Like time since start might be the thing. because it could work. This could work if we'll make the rock sizes be bigger. Or, I mean, if it works, we can just go indefinitely. We can do any number of these silly buggers. And then the ones that can't exist will simply disappear almost immediately. Can you step forwards a physics state? Well, these are all very large objects. Maybe it wants to not have continuous collision detection for these. We can but try. Let's find out what happens if they aren't. Rock. Continuous collision detection, nope. Max contacts, lots. And it is monitoring contacts. My assumption is if there are lots of contacts, that's the kind of thing that causes it to have infinite velocity. I could be mistaken, but there is a very easy way to find, oh, we're on 400. Let's push it. 600. And then for rock, here's our collision location. So what have we got that can report how many collisions we're reporting? Okay, what do we got? Do we have a collision count? That's not going to be it. Got about a half an hour before thawing out taco foods. Okay, so here's something we can work with. Those are a bunch of voids. Not going to be dealing with that necessarily. So that does not look good. This is the contacting object. I have no idea why standalone version doesn't work. I wouldn't worry about it. I've never used it myself. I may have Darkmeter not generate a standalone version. It's a thing that Juice can do. In particular, it's a thing that the PampleJuice framework that I use can do. So it's, in theory, building a little program, but I don't think the program comes with inputs, so that makes it a little trickier. I'm going to say ignore it, most likely. So let's see, what are we trying to find? I think I'm going to have to go and investigate that on the webs again. That looks terrible. Yeah, so that's no bueno. That's not it at all. Contacts reported is what I'm looking for. I'm basically looking for, how do you count these? I should think there would be 2 connections, but apparently not. I'm assuming that if you had lots of contacts at once, that causes it to go insane and have infinite space. I think this may be an old, no, not terribly old. Change it to Godot instead of default bullet. You don't say. Here's a slightly more recent occurrence. It's a fair question. Am I using Godot physics? Let's find out. Project settings. 3D physics. Oh, yes, please run a separate thread. Thank you. So we can do Jolt and we can do Godot physics. And we're not doing any of those things, but that's fine. Some of that might help. I would not say that it was impossible for that to help. I wonder whether the default is anything in particular. Let's find out. Okay, it is, but they may change that. Oh, Jolt physics is experimental. We can try that. And I would like it running in a separate thread. Thank you. I think I've got everything working so that that would be fine. It hasn't been so far, so that's unfortunate. Also, Jolt physics unable to provide any context. So, but it's not providing me useful context anyway, so fine. Let's see what we got. Ooh, okay, it's doing a lot of ticks per second, isn't it? That can dial back a hair. Fine, let's see what all of this does now. We just changed some things. It may not help, but maybe it will. I'm trying to run a large number of physics objects still. And if I haven't resolved the problem, which does seem to be a physics engine problem, we are still going to crash. Bouncy, bouncy? No, not a bit of it. I think I have everything set to disappear. Let's see if that's true. So rock on body entered. Oh, pff. Okay, I've just told it to delete all of the asteroids from the get-go. I thought that was more updating them, but I was wrong. If false, now let's see whether any asteroids remain. One thing about it, it didn't crash this time, so let's see what we got. Although this was the way of getting around that problem in the first place. Hey, hey. Looks a bit like this runs. And in fact, we're having pretty respectable frame rate for the extremely large numbers of guys here. Okay. I'm going to dial it back a little bit, but let's make more of these rocks. Let's see what we can do with that. I was originally shooting for more than 100 possible total rocks, and it was making an extremely dense area. And I'm still looking for, can I scale it back so that it fills the area without simply crashing. But now we're going to find out if it simply crashes, because we now tried to make way more rocks than before. Not only didn't it crash, but it's running with a reasonable frame rate. And a lot of enormous rocks. Bits of it are maybe not as smooth as before, but I like the running on a separate thread for physics. That's awesome. I'm liking how we're able to get all of these guys going, and they seem to have a very large number of polygons for the bots, but that's probably fine. Onwards. Now we got frames. Let's see how far we can push the frames. Double the number of bots. Double the number of rocks, maybe. Well, actually, no, it won't, but it'll double the size of the rocks. What do we got? I don't think I've successfully ran as many as this before. Oh, for starters, we're freezing up a little bit. Holy crud, look at that. Level 1000. Level 1000 is not that easy to do. It's chugging a little bit. Level 1000 means you sure have a lot of these guys to go and find. The ones that are green are all hanging around over here. And there is so much going on, but it has not ground to a halt, and it did not crash this time. Maybe it's simply having to do with setting up the physics engine right. Bear in mind, in theory, I can set this up in such a way that it cannot place all of these rocks. There are too many of them. Or I can expand the size, and then the physics engine will be unable to find places to put them all, and then it will crash. But what I've got here is definitely my ridiculous rock field. Oh, check it out. I can also fire zaps. Oh, hello. Did they not intersect? Did the zaps not hit the rocks? Ah, continuous collision detection. They were moving too fast. Oh, no, wait. No. I think I still see them bouncing around. It's just all of these rocks are so big that... Yeah. All of these planets are so big that you can't actually see the zaps as they go. So let's make it crash by force if necessary. 2000. So the way it's designed is that the size of those rocks is like related to a cube root of the size of the level. I may not have actually solved the issue. I'm just running a different physics engine this time. So now I have set the level to a level so high that it shouldn't work. I've doubled what was running before. And I think it may simply be stalling out completely. No? Well, shucks. We are attempting to play on level 2000. There are too many giant rocks everywhere. Way too many. And there are way too many bots. See, if we look at just the yellow bots alone are all hanging out over here. Oh, wouldn't it be funny as hell if I was able to win this one? Let's find deep blue. So the idea is you end up having to go around exploring and firing these little zaps. By that I mean those. Those. And I think that did not collide with the asteroid. There, we'll fire some more. Okay, those did. Sometimes they collide and sometimes they do not. So it definitely likes having more frames to play with. I am tickled that it actually runs now. I did not do anything clever to do it. I just enabled, like, a bit more of everything. I went to a different model and so what up with difficulty? What am I using that for? And then we instantiate rocks. Cube root level gets a little dense and busy. So we're making like 100 of everything. Just for fun, we can see what happens when there's only a few of these little giant ones. Run it again, see if it changes. And again, we're on 2000 now. This is way beyond what we were able to do before. Nobody should play the game to this level. But I'm just wanting to see what happens. And I'm also trying to see if I can break it. Okay, this is very few frames. But just about everything that you see is a bot. So that's interesting. And we've got this one very large planet. Yeah, so I am wondering whether it's the physics engine choking on all of the... As this is a lot of instances. That really kind of is. You're supposed to be able to find these guys and question them. And woof. Oh, look, there's an even larger place here. Maybe I'll get more frames if some of these objects are slightly occluded. Signs point to no. Yeah, so that's too many guys moving around. So what I'm wondering is, what am I bound by? Am I bound by the number of polygons here? I'm no longer doing any dialing back of the polygon count. Instead, it's being moderated by something else. I don't think I'm recalculating it. All of those bots look like they're nice, complete little spheres. I'm wondering whether I can get more frame rate out of it by telling it to be a little different. I'm also wondering what that difficulty factor was doing. Like, where did I have that? Was it part of this? It was. But are we using it for anything? Oh, also, is that in physics? Yes, it is. Good. So if we didn't have that, then what would happen? This has got something to do with something, but I'm not really quite sure what it has to do with the player. Okay. I should be able to get level for that. And it's not necessarily updating the local values for total bots. And that's something of a bit of concern. This part's fine. This part's just counting upwards. So we're spawning them as they go. Where is its little problem, I wonder? Let's go down here. Okay. Interesting. Well, now, game also has difficulty. See, it's right there. Are we updating game difficulty? Regardless of which, so we're trying to get that from where player. One of the things that's doing is it's making them move more slowly on lower levels. So I do have at least that going on. That seems legit. I don't know if it's updating in any way. Like we set it, and now we're not setting it. But I'm not at all sure what it has to do with anything. I don't trust it. Let's do something without using it. So, okay. Never mind, let me put it back. So we are in fact updating that. But what we're going to want to do is do level difficulty. See what we've got. Do we have a connection to player? Do we have a connection to the actual level? No, I don't think we do. Okay, well, gosh, I stand corrected. Let's put it back. Then, having said that, oh, we haven't instantiated it yet. Easily done. There. Now it should work again. And that's having to do with the speed that everything goes. Now, where were we at regarding maybe trying to make bot run a little faster, and whether or not it has to do with how many polygons we're pushing? So I don't think we are updating total bots correctly. I don't think that's working correctly. So let's see how it's being done in the first place, and then we'll see whether we can do it any better. Yeah, because we're spawning, it doesn't do a damn thing to any of them. Okay, here's spawn bot. Okay, bot total bots. Instead, we'll make them all be level. That way they're not actually incrementing. And since that makes it be... Okay. So it's starting out at like 32 and 16. We get to step it way down if necessary. And then 2,000 divided by 64, what did that give us? Would give us 31. So 31 minus 31. That should make it so that if we run it with our 2,000, they're now extremely low polygon. Let's find out if they're now extremely low polygon, and if so, does that help the frame rate at all? If it doesn't, it's physics bound. The dang fire's gone out again. That's going to be pretty much physics bound in my opinion. It's honestly not doing too bad for itself, but this is too many bots. We're basically trying to make sense of this. That's too many player characters. Even if they're extremely low poly, it doesn't actually help. And here's the scrum at the center of the world. Yeah, they're cubes. Okay, so that's neat. I'm not sure what I meant to do to make that run any better. Maybe it is impossible. Let's have slightly more of a minimum. Like 6 and 3, 8 and 4. Nine and 5. It was doing pretty good already. And and then we can goose up the number of rocks again, since that seemed to be working as well. So rock size, maybe let's not scale it up as much. From times 20 to times 16. And here's another thing. Rather than doing it like this, let's just make all of this conditional on rock size being only so big. It's not what I meant for you to do at all. Thank you. You nonsense thing, you. There. So now it bails out if it reaches a limit. Now it only does this if the rock size is big enough. And it'll quit if it gets down to a small enough size. And let's see what it gave me. Let's see what we got. We're still in far too many bots mode. Should never run as many as this. But it seems to be able to handle the geometry just fine, so that's neat. Let's see. Hey, level 2000. Our frame rate is garbage, but looky, it's running. And it's filling the world with giant asteroids. We don't even need to be instancing these at this stage. There's just too many of them. And all the bots are bouncing against the rocks so aggressively that the world is kind of moving. Or at least that's probably what's going to be happening. I think that's what's going to be happening. Who's hiding up in this corner here? forcing my way through the crack. There we go. We found a party. What's going on up here? Looks like a party to me. Wow. That's a lot of dudes all flying around. Again, 2,000. This is quite a bit more than I've ever been able to run before. I don't know why they're all clustered in this space. This is around 0, I believe. Oh, went right through. Yeah, so find the one for which you seek in the middle of this ridiculous scrum. There's upwards of 100 different colors, and we're seeing like all of them at once. That is excessive. Let's dial it the heck back. One-tenth as many. Wouldn't it be fun if it crashed this time? I think that is very unlikely, but it would be quite funny. Also, it's not having as many errors on shutdown either. Although weirdly, it's still chugging quite a bit when trying to launch, and that seems weird. I'm not sure why that's happening. Why are you taking so long to launch? Ooh, it's 4. I need to go and get my dinner ready. Well, how about maybe I shut that one down? And let's run an even lower level. We'll hit save. We'll go back into Godot and hit save here as well, just for good measure. Let's see if we can run level 20, because level 200, it was completely fine with level 2000, but level 200 was a big problem. And apparently level 20 is also a big problem. What the hey? Okay, now I'm confused. Unreferenced static string to 0. Could it be that it's trying to do some weird thing? Middle ground, 500. Can you run 500? Yes. So here's 500 and things are acting normal. And I'm getting a pretty respectable frame rate, and that seems nice. So here I'm supposed to find Sahara. I'm liking the layout of the rocks. I'm liking the layout of all these other things. It seems to be working. But what was happening when I went to a... So there's a number of reasons why that might have been happening. Like this stuff is all working fine, but I was dividing by a difficulty factor, and the difficulty factor gets smaller as you go smaller. I could have been maybe trying to divide by 0 in certain conditions, and that would be no good. Okay, check it out. Also, now I can't collide rigorously with those. Are those going to bounce? No, the blinkings that I am seeing are simply bots in the distance, like a galaxy of stars out there that I should explore. So this stuff's looking good enough for the time being. Looking like it's kind of cool. In fact, I will even... And I'm very happy with the kind of frame rate I'm able to get now. That running the physics engine on a separate thread is a world of good. I'll be right back. I'm going to leave this twinkling away. Loving the frame rate for making those changes, just going to say. Catch fire. There it goes. There it goes, we caught it. That ought to do nicely. I'll be right back. Okay. So my tacos are getting started. I am back to my camera. I am very happy with the excellent frame rate that I'm getting here. And things seem to be working except for when they are not. And when I say they are not, what I mean is this is all cool. Oh, look, I can see this from two different angles. There's it from one angle, and then here's it from another angle. Good frame rate. Arguably more polygons than these guys need, but it seems quite happy with it, so no problem there. We can keep exploring off in this direction and continue to see more and more of just an endless stream of these ridiculous little bots, because we are flying through instances of the universe space. And they're twinkling away very nicely. So here's the concern. It was not running when I pick a lower level. Now, why would that be? My guess is I am setting difficulty to a thing, and then maybe we're dividing by it somehow. So player difficulty gets set to difficulty. If the cube root of level is a tiny number, even though it's multiplied by 256, maybe bot's trying to do something that's bad under those circumstances. So what would that be? I think we're making total bots equal to level here. And we can update that. And having done that, then we have to update it here. Unless it's done it already. Here's our first. Here's spawn. Lovely, it updated it here too. Cool, 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 cool. That's all fine. But the question becomes, why is it not working at very low levels? We've got it at a level of 500. When I set it to a much smaller level, it didn't want to run. So what would be causing that? Probably not this. This is fun. Put that back for the moment, see what we get out of it. And then we don't use this anywhere because we're no longer using that. And we're instantiating these. Well, that's weird. That shouldn't be doing what it's doing. For that matter, I know that those are going too fast. So instead, let's do this. And let's quickly run it, seeing as it's happy to run with large levels. And then we'll see if our zapping is behaving better at a lower speed. Looking good so far. I wonder if I can do a bank shot. Cool. Can I do a bank shot off of the sphere of negation? Sure can. But it reduces their speed so much that it's ridiculous. Boop. So this is all well and good. Wow, those are far away. They're either far away or... Oh, and there is that... Yeah, those were far away. But here's the warp thing I was telling you about. And that altered the positioning of the little find marker that I had there. If I put on some more speed, it comes back into view. That's not supposed to be moving around like that. So this is the mechanism by which, in an earlier version of this, you build up enough speed and everything turns into crazy warp streaks. It does give you a sense of extreme speed. So what would happen if I made these be exactly the same value? Still haven't fixed the problem I was working on. I mean, who can bother with that when we're playing with weird stuff? So, Ghosts of Purple indication is way within sight, but as I extremely change the velocity, see, that's supposed to just draw on the screen. It shouldn't necessarily freak out the way that it's doing, but it is. Well, it doesn't look too horrible. Maybe I'll leave it. So here's the thing I was wondering about. Aren't we dividing by something somewhere? Like math, max 32 minus level divided by 64. That shouldn't be breaking this though. So instead, how about I just straight up try it again? Level 1. Can you run on level 1? Or is there something terrible going wrong? Cube root of 1 is 1. 1 times 16 is 16. Well, total rocks less than... Okay, so presumably it's not going to give me more rocks necessarily. It's trying to instantiate 1. World size is going to be the same. Rock size is going to be 16 or slightly smaller. Mass is going to be very small. Very, very small. Okay, maybe here's your problem. Could the cube root of 1 be 0? That doesn't make any sense at all. In any case, there is a max in there, so it's going to at least be 8 and 4. And we can bump it to 9 and 5 just for fun. Okay, so in theory, this should run. Why would it be freezing? And yet, I think it might just be freezing. It is indeed. So what's happening here? Before, we weren't able to run anything below a certain level. Now I am apparently unable to run anything, or we were unable to run anything above a certain level, and now I'm apparently not able to run anything below. That is frozen up real good. What's its complaint then? I don't speak this language, but I'm looking at it anyway. Threads, weights. It is talking about Godot a lot. Yeah, I know, right? Thread 33 crashed. Well, figure that one out. Trying to throw a system error. Initializing a handler. Or maybe allocating space. Running in the foreground. Images? Image offset? It needs to run as threads, I know that. Bug unreferenced static string. At core string name. Interesting. Mutex lock failed invalid argument. So that's kind of weird. Even weirder that it's able to run just... Let's find out what happens if we try to run it from the Godot program instead. So this shouldn't honestly be any different. I'm just thinking maybe I'll be able to see something in here. Trace, errors. See if this crashes, it may completely refuse to work at all. I'm just wondering whether it's going to show me anything more than it had. Okay, so that's just running within the Godot application. It is going to let me quit it. This is definitely the one that's not well, is it though? This is claiming that it is responding, but I don't have my mouse because it took my mouse. So in that case, we can quit it with the keyboard, that's fine. And then tell you what, let's not grab the mouse this time. It needs to grab the mouse in order to operate in the 3D world, but we're not even getting to the 3D world. So, player is, I think, where we grab the mouse. Comment that out. Where else can we comment it out? Here. And it's never captured, so it should be able to run. Oh, come on, honey. Please run Godot. Looks like Godot doesn't want to run. Let's quickly save this. We quit out of all of these programs at once. And then try again from scratch in our last half an hour or so of stream. Can we run Godot Mono now? Fine. How about option clicking it? That's supposed to have a little dot underneath it if it's running. And yet it's not quitting either. Our activity monitor. I got to go and find what broke. Activity monitor. And my CPU says, hi, you're eating up all of the everything. That's stuck. Let's have that not be so stuck. Cool. So now I should be able to run it again. Here we are. When I ran it in Rider, it was behaving a little better as far as not crashing literally everything. So where we left off, I've just shut off the capturing of the mouse. In theory, this may mean, even though it crashes again, I can run it, and then as it's failing to work, I can switch over to something else, or see I've got it showing here. It's at the bottom of my screen. And I can tell it to force quit. So that at least meant I had access to my mouse. Do we have any examples of what happened most recently? Could I possibly need to turn on continuous connection? And would that help at all? Any? Don't know, but we can but try. Let's bump the level up again. It was able to run when it was like 500, so let's walk down until we can't run anymore and see what happens then. Maybe it'll show something interesting. Alrighty. We can run at 400, but since the mouse is not hidden, I can't actually steer until I take that part away. But this means that I can very conveniently quit out of there. What's it look like if you're running at 300? It feels like it stalls out quite a bit. Am I going to see anything weird in this? Seems to be running at 300. Nice and smoothly, too. It's claiming it's leaking a lot of RID allocations. I'm not sure what that means for me. Let's take it down to level 200. I'm looking to see whether this starts doing anything that I can recognize as being weird. I wonder whether at 200 it's not responding. And it looks a little bit like it's not responding. Okay. Down to our little application. Option click lets me force quit. There's the unreferenced static string. And that stuff is happening when it should not be. So it'll run at 300. So what's going on? We're setting level to things. Where does level appear? That's not doing what I thought it was going to. What's it supposed to do here? Level. Well, we're supposed to start at 1, 1, and 1 here. Our world size is 800. Difficulty is 1000, but that will be changing. And what goes on here, that level becoming a smaller number becomes a problem, because I don't understand this part. We could start commenting stuff out. That is often what I go to when I'm looking at something that's causing a problem. I wanted to see where it's in play, though. Well, one way I can do that. There. Now, we can't do that, but everywhere else it appears is also going to become an issue. So difficulty is also going to be a factor. That's a factor of level. Total bots, that's also going to be a factor, but it shouldn't be a problem. Rock size, that's also going to be a factor. Where else? Okay, bot level is also going to be a factor. What happens when level is much lower? Because that's also going to go away if it's wrong. Well, we're changing the level, the radial segments, but that should be like -1 divided by 64, so that's barely subtracting anything. It should just make it so that the bot has a lot of detail to it. What else? I don't see it causing any problems here. That should not be a problem. We're having issues here as well. That seems correct. That's what you do when you hit spacebar after having won the level. So that shouldn't be an issue either. That is starting out as 1, but that shouldn't be a concern. Don't think we need that anymore. Can always put it back if I want it. On-bodied entered, we do not free all of this stuff. That might be fine. That's okay, that's part of physics process. That is freeing things if there's a pre-delete, which means I'm not supposed to have leaking extra stuff floating around. That should work fine. That shouldn't be a concern. Well, it's less than level than spawn bot. That shouldn't be a concern either. Well, what if I just overrode some of these things? Okay, so if level is in fact that, and then these were the same except for maybe instead of that, hang on. More like that. And then let's uncomment that. Now let's see what it makes of it. Some of our stuff. Oh, are we not able to even run? Oh, all I did was hit Command B, which does not actually start the program. Alrighty. That's able to run. Is it still able to run? That's able to run. So which of these things is causing an issue? If I can figure that out, then I can do something else. Could it be difficulty? So if it runs with this, it wasn't the rock generating algorithm. Okay, look at that. If it doesn't run, it was the rock generating algorithm. When I had that set to like 300, it was fine. What's going on now? We'll force quit out of there. And then why would it be so upset for not being able to do that? Okay, let's do a quick little adjustment. What if rock size starts out as 0? What if instead we have to make it start out at 1? Or we can just spell out where it starts. Okay, that's no better. Although I did get a spinning beach ball for a moment there. Quit out of that. Didn't like that. Alrighty. Rock size is like rock size is simply 10. Now what? No better. What is going on with this crazy thing? It's really not happy with some of this stuff. And I'm not really quite sure what its problem is. Quit out of there. And yet I'm finding that this is definitely its little problem. So if we do 300, cube root of 300 times 16 plus 1, I believe it will be functioning. This is me trying to figure out, like, what the hey, that it's completely fine with doing this until it starts at too small of a level, at which point it's completely not happy with that scenario. So it's fine with that. Cube root of 300. 4 times 16. 66. Alrighty then. Let's bump it up a little bit. 70. What have we got if we just tell it to straight up be 70? Hi. You didn't like that much, did you? And yet I think that's what the cube root is supposed to be giving me at that. That's weird. That seems very weird. Let's force it to quit. I've made it be sure that I have the mouse control, so I get to quit it by going outside of all of this. What if much larger rock size? What if rock size is like 700? Does it need to have this math happening in here? Rock size, straight up 700. Go. Okay, it loved that, but that's too large. It's quite happy with the enormous rock size, but that's too big. How about 100? Oh, okay, interesting. No, that's world size, not rock size. Collision shape and mesh instance is multiplied by rock size, or rock size times something. Also mass. Mass is going to matter here too. All right, rock size is 100. So here's some funky things we can do. We can find out whether mass is making it go crazy. After all, mass might end up being very small here. And this is the only parameter that seems to be making an effect. We'll quickly try 100 and see if it crashes and dies. That is going to be, oh, okay, we're not happy. It's not happy. We'll quit out of there and bump it back up to 300, see if we can quickly make it run again. I'm glad I remembered to, and sure enough, this is a very large place full of very large rocks that are patiently trying to spawn in. I cannot find rumble under these conditions. So, some of those are just instances. So here we have 300, meaning that we can substitute rock size where it appears for 300. What happens if we start doing things like mass that's not what I meant to do at all. I meant to do that. Does it still run if we tell mass to simply be 300? Rocks will be too big. That's fine. Loving it. Now that we drop it down to 100, we can explore and find out which of these things can be swapped out for being 300, and then it goes back to life again. We also have this here. Maybe that'll have something to do with it. Let's see. All right. It wasn't mass. That wasn't the problem. How about if it was the internal version of the same? Oh, I think it wants the integer there. We're doing rock size minus minus each time. So now we are not passing it into the actual rock. Nope. Wild how it wants it to be over a certain size. This is extremely awkward. Extremely awkward. Quit out of there. let's try this also. This is float, but it's being multiplied by a double. That's weird. Alrighty. So bot geometry, radial segments, and rings. Is it requiring that to be a certain thing? So if this works, it was about resetting the bot geometry. Huh. Okay. So this is going to be amusing. Something's going on. It's not where I think it is. Here's an amusing trick. I shouldn't have any reference to rock size left anymore inside here. What happens? Oh, except for I do have that, but then this is counting downwards. It does have to count down. What do we got? Okay. At no point am I referring to rock size inside this loop, and it's still falling over and dying. Nothing is referring to this number. Here we go. Make it be bigger. And we're fine again. Make it be 100 or smaller. Like that there. And it can't run. So this is a fascinating puzzle. What else is talking to rock size? I've got like 10 minutes of stream left. I'm not going to be continuing when it's past 5. But I'm super excited to find out what on earth is going on here. I mean, it says int rock size equals 100. So we're counting total rocks. How about while total rocks is larger than 100 if true? Does it still crash out and die? No, that time it's fine. Huh. So what happens if I take all these 333s and put them back to saying rock size now that it's not crashing and stopping it from functioning? Could it be that it is this test that is causing unaccountable mayhem? Because I know what it's supposed to do. So rock size minus minus. That's going to potentially cause problems later. Oh, and total rocks, well, it's less than okay, I see something going on. So we don't get to have rock size be 0. These may not be the issues, but those are some things I'm finding. Notice how we're starting total rocks at, we're counting from 0 to 100. How about instead, we straight up go by rock size and see what it does. Larger than 1. And then we probably don't need to refer to this anywhere. Although that may cause other problems elsewhere. Now what do we got? Okay. And now if we do rock size be 10, hey. We're kind of looking at empty space there, but that's fine too. And now if we do rock size be 1, we'll instantiate exactly one rock that is tiny. To the point where I don't even know where it is. Oh, there's the... And then if we return to where it started, so can I simply delete total rocks at this stage? Do we not need this anymore? I feel like maybe I don't need that anymore. One quick way to find out. So what level are we at? We're at level 10. Let's see if we're back to running. I think I figured it out. At level 10, I have a whole bunch of asteroids in here. So the next thing to do would be put the control back on player. Capture the mouse. Then do this. And then in here somewhere, I guess I'll just run it and see whether it worked. I think I deleted the stuff that I needed to. Okay, got control. Escape means I can get it back. Cool beans. It's working. And we've got a big old asteroid field. So, time to run more tests. At level 1, what are we looking at? We're looking at a bunch of rocks is what we're looking at. And there's sand, and there's going to be another bot around somewhere, which is, see, that's just red looking, so that's not going to be sand, but that is. I see you. There's my shots going off elsewhere. We're going to see whether it's able to run, because that is my target. Sure is shooting. Hit space for next level. I haven't actually deleted any of my shots. They're still floating around in the universe there somewhere. Are you dripping blued? Nope. it's going to be something else. If it's that blue, it's probably hanging around with the same one. But it's not you. So it's somebody. Oh, there's something. But that is not dripping blued. That is frickin' hyperactive is what it is. Also, I think they're hiding underneath the textures, and that's awkward. Perhaps not. That might have just been one of my shots bouncing around. I see somebody else over here, unless it's the same guy. Signs pointing to same guy. Yeah. So it becomes a matter of finding the next one. Now I'll try a very different level, like level 901. What's that going to look like? I might be looking at too many bots this time, or too many rocks. I guess not. I guess we're able to run level 900 just fine. So one of my concerns here is that the rocks look about the same every time, which is fine and all, but not really what I'd had in mind. Also, I don't have the firing zaps and having them collide with things, or indeed even being cleaned up once I've fired them. They're going to stick around, bouncing wherever they go, and are going to persist from level to level because I'm not cleaning them up. But that's for another day, I think. But yeah, just level 900, and it's running pretty smoothly. I'm not sure I've been able to run this level before. We have a nice little scrum. So what were we doing? Oh, I see. Okay. So here's how this worked. And when I had it at 20, the world was a lot more dense. And we don't actually need a if true loop. That is the sort of thing one does not need. Or that. So here is cube root 300 times 20. I'm going to see whether it is another incredibly dense packing of rocks, because it's now time for dinner. That's honestly not all that busy. I see a little bit of weird overlappiness, but so this is an interesting behavior here. I'm going to step it up bit by bit and see how close I can get to filling up space. And I'm going to run it a little quicker by having it not be quite as large a number. It's a cube root anyway, so it's going to be resisting getting much more densely packed. But I've got a very different algorithm now than I had. So if I want stuff to get real crowded, I'm going to have to do it a different way. And it might be like this. So that's more crowded. What I don't know is whether the really low-level stuff will react appropriately. Oh, well, this would be why I can't update it. Look at that. I forgot to update it everywhere I went. There we go. Alrighty. Back to times 20. Now let's see what it looks like now that we're at 700. Okay, that's more crowded. And it's successfully starting at large ones and going down and down and down one at a time. All of these are now a different size. I like that. Makes it look like a more interesting environment. And there'll be like only one that size. But everything's kind of moving around in its own way. And yeah, quick bump up to level 900, or even it was just barely able to handle level 2000. Let's see how bad it gets. I may have crashed it for good this time. There's bound to be a limit. What that means is I can put a hard cap on it at that point, and then level simply doesn't increase once it gets a certain amount of density. Oh, what do we got? Well, alrighty then. That is completely unmanageable. And I still have control of it. So that means I don't need to have it be up to that level. And that means there is such a thing as too many of these. So therefore, let's see what it looks like if we have 2,000 bots, but the maximum cap on the level is 1,000. Because we have a fixed world size. So there's going to be an absolute max as far as how many of these rocks you can fit into the universe. And we have now told it to not do any more than 1,000 rocks. Arguably, that's still too many. We'll find out real quick. No, apparently 1,000 rocks is just fine. Except for frame rate. Find fern top wall in the middle of this absolute scrum of 2,000. Look at all these guys that look exactly the same. That's how many of them there are in 1,000 bot distribution. Oh, okay, that's too many rocks. So how about or we could do a heavy metal joke and have the maximum number be 666, or the neighbor of the satanic joke. I don't know. I'll try 800 and see what that looks like. That's 200 less than there were before. And yes, I know I did promise to go and have dinner, but this is, as always, too much fun. Come on, off you go. It's really struggling to run. And here we are. Our guys are definitely a little more pixelated than before. Although the resolution is not really what's choking things. It's the sheer scale of everything and running all these calculations on 2,000 watts. Nobody can count that high. So here's our maximum density. It's definitely in the way. Better idea. Golden ratio. And that's going to run, but probably look about the same. So we have a maximum number of 618 asteroids in this space. And it'll definitely take a little while to figure out what it's doing. Here we're hanging around where the gray guys hang out. That's the gray guy with little sparkles on it. See, there's your little sparkles there for that one. They're definitely a little crunchier and more pixelated at this unreasonably high level. But if you could play this, it would gradually ramp up to this degree of extremity. And if you had an incredibly good computer, or if I managed to make it be even more multi-threaded than it is, then that would work too. But now that I have set up rock size to have a minimum, we can run level 1 and see what that looks like when you do it. And we've got a precious few little asteroids, even though this is level 1. That's not the one I'm trying to hit. And where's tie-dye? That's probably it. There he was. Yeah, absolutely. That's tie-dye. Boop. Hit space for the next level. No, there's 2 of them. And the one I seek. Vivid. Gotcha. Shatter. Well, what's the shatter look like, I wonder? And then as we go, we're gradually getting more and more asteroids. That's not shatter, is it? Or is it? Nope. But I see something else off in the distance. And it may be shatter. Or perhaps not. I thought that was shatter. But no. I'm booping it perfectly fair and square, and it is not happy with that, so that was not the one I sought. But maybe this is. No? Well, now that seems kind of weird. Surely I should be able to find the next one at the 3rd level. Part of the playtesting is figuring out how to make this stuff work so that it's not just giving me a problem. Okay, I saw you before. That one looks a little different. Haha. Found it. That's the thing, is we're trying to make sure that it's still playable, that it works. Captain Nemo is definitely not this pink color, so fine. The pink color is, however, easier to see against the blackness of space. That's a very vivid colorful looking one. I don't think that's going to be Captain Nemo because it doesn't seem as if Captain Nemo would be a boring looking thing like that. I think some of these guys I can even see the multiple instances of them. Okay, that's an oceany looking color. I bet that's the one. Got it. And that's how it rolls. And as it continues, there's going to be more and more insane numbers of asteroids, and the only thing I need to do now is make this stuff work. So you can question them and have them go in the, they will be deflecting shots in the direction of where they last saw yours. And until I have that, it's not really functioning, is it? And the idea of all the asteroids is those get in the way. So you might have to go exploring quite a bit. Hi, are you What Me Clash? No. But I would be able to query it by going like this. And then it would be firing zaps in the direction of the one that looks like me if it had seen it. And it would be not only it would be firing them in the direction of where it last saw the one that looked like me. And that's the idea of Counterpart. And it's gradually coming into shape. And I'll see you folks next week. Well, I'll put out a plugin this weekend, and then I'll see you folks on Tuesday. And I will talk to you later. Bye-bye. Look at me, I hit the wrong thing. Don't mind me. I'll talk to you later. I will resume streaming, and then I will go talk to you later and hit the fade rather than just stopping.